Good morning, people. How are we all doing? Hickory, good to see you back in the chat. Happy to have you here. Hi, Maddie. How are you doing? Okay, so what's the plan for today? Very vague, but we're gonna be working on some blacksmith assets. I don't know what we're gonna be working on specifically, but we'll figure that out. There will probably be a little bit of set dressing, so we're gonna be making like blueprints of all this stuff together, so that we can see how it all works. And then maybe I'm gonna start spreading these tools around that I made over the last week. Would be cool. Maybe a little bit of texturing. Who knows? So yeah, that's also what I've been working on in the last week. Is I've been doing like a whole bunch of tools. So like all these little tools have been done in the past week, and I just did these hammers yesterday as well. But they definitely need some tweaking. What else did I do? Yeah, I did a little bit of work on one of the grindstones. So this grindstone is looking pretty sweet. Like it's coming together quite nice. And same for this bloomery furnace. And then also made like some new blockouts as well for like some new anvils and how they're gonna work together. Testing that out too. Yeah, so I've been doing some stuff in the background. But mostly focused on like the blacksmith area. Haven't really touched anything else. So yeah, we're just gonna continue doing that, shall we? Hey Kojo Man! Maddie is practicing some materials because I need to get better at PBR stuff. Oh, that's awesome! What kind of materials are you making? Antonio's here as well. I'm doing good, Antonio. Thank you so much for asking. Where do we start? Where do we start? I'm honestly might just do like one of the grindstones that still needs finishing. Just as like a little introduction. Then maybe I'll switch over to level art as well. What are your thoughts on Unreal Engine 5.2? I haven't checked it out yet. Haven't had the time. I mean, but I know the PCG stuff, right? Like, the PGC stuff, procedural generated content. That was looking really nice. I want to test that out, but I'm not gonna do that for this scene. So, looks cool. I don't know what else is new and what else is that they added in the new release. Honestly, got no idea. What are you excited about? I asked you in the community chat already, but might as well ask it again. So. Alright, we're gonna start out with cleaning some of this stuff up because this is not looking that great. Especially because a lot of this stuff is completely useless. Hey Joe! Good to see you back. Happy to have you here. How's everyone today? Yeah, I'm doing fine. Thank you so much. Let me turn down the music a little bit. Chase. I answered you there as well, but what I like is that we can create tech tools with blueprints, which we could not do before with blueprints, but only with coding. What kind of tools? Right, because blueprints were very versatile. Like I think they just really made it like way easier than it did before. Oh yeah, the procedural generated content with buildings. Yeah, that looks cool. That looks cool. I need to try out like a bunch of systems and see how far you can kind of push that stuff. It would be cool for my scene, but I don't want to jump back or like I just well, let me explain. Like I don't want to jump ahead to 5.2 and then alienate like a bunch of people that are still just using the base 5, right? So it's from like an asset, like a seller perspective, let's say. Can probably reduce some of this stuff as well. Because we don't need that many edge loops in there. Maddie's working on a wallpaper material right now for the scene I've been making. My issue with my material not looking well when they are lit, if that makes sense. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, I think that's the whole thing about PBR, right? Like, well, PBR has been a thing for a while now. Yeah, usually before, the lighting information was kind of baked in to a certain degree, right? Whereas right now, we don't need that anymore, so, yeah. A big change. Scripting tool was only C++ or C#, but now you can create scripting tools with blueprints. Yeah, interesting. I'll need to check it out. I'll definitely need to check it out. Maybe we can have a look at it during the stream. You know, like let's say as a little break, we're just gonna check it out in the middle of the stream or something. I don't know, let's say 2 hours from now. It'd be cool. Also the perfect excuse to keep myself up to date. Doesn't need to be a seam. There's some wonky stuff going over here. Still getting some spillover. Let me just do this, right? Just make sure. Oh. There we go. It does look really cool though. Like all the stuff that they've been doing to the engine now. It does look awesome. Yeah, I wanted to play around with like the procedural generated content for a while now, but I just need to wait. Hold on for just a little bit longer. Scripting tool is good because you don't have to create a blueprint for every single thing. Like you can create a script which rotates your props when you drop into a scene, so you don't have to do it manually. Hmm. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I guess the only difference there is that with a blueprint you have to still attach like a mesh to it. Right? It doesn't come with like a script attached to an asset, if that's what you're hinting at. I guess it's kind of more modular, right? Like the way that Unity approaches it as well, is where you can just add scripts to like a prefab. Makes sense. I'll try to see if my 1080 Ti can handle it. Unreal Engine wants to create Houdini inside of the engine instead of having to use Houdini. Nah, they definitely love Houdini. Like, and there's always gonna be stuff that you can't do with an engine that you can like easily do in Houdini. For sure. Because the thing is, right? The thing is, a specialized company is always going to do a better job, or is most likely, it's not always guaranteed, but is most likely to do a better job at making their toolset than a broad company making a toolset that's going to mimic it, right? So if Houdini keeps doing what Houdini is doing good, then I don't think Unreal Engine is going to come close to that. Plus, also, like, Unreal Engine, I don't think they want to do that anyway. I think they're more than happy to build, like, the basic tool set that can be used by everyone, and then let the specialized tools come in and let them just plug into the engine, right? So, yeah, they're more... They don't care, right? Because at the end of the day, like, it's still coming into Unreal anyway, right? They do not care about that. I think there's a real risk with that as well. And that's also what a couple of people that I follow online have been talking about. It is that the more stuff Unreal adds to their toolset, like the less specialized it is going to become, and it's going to become more like, oh, it's like a very good all-round engine, but it's just filled with bloat. Right? There's just too much in there that you don't necessarily need. So I'm gonna be curious how they're gonna balance that with all the new things that they're adding to it, right? They're all cool, but I mean, yeah, if you don't need them, right, you can probably disable that, but then it becomes like a hassle, and the more stuff they add to it, like the less you know about it, and just becomes it exponentially scales, right? Sure that all is sharp. It's like Blender is good and amazing, but studios still choose 3ds Max or Maya because they have less features in some part. No, not true. They choose it because 3ds Max and Maya have been embedded in the toolset that they've been using for years already. Right? So it's purely like an investment thing. What Textal density are you aiming for in the scene, or are you actively tracking it? Yeah, so it kind of depends on asset to asset. With the more up close assets, like the little tools that I was making, I'm going for like 2k per meter. And that seems to be, yeah. If you want to say a textile density for the entire scene, that's probably going to be around 2k or something. But it's very flexible. You kind of have to be with trim sheets, right? Back again with some Friday medieval art. Let's go. Hey Floods, hey Cairo. How are you both doing? What happened with deferred decals in Unreal Engine 5? The mesh decals? Those that you could apply to corners and stuff so that you can fake in detail and break the edge? Nothing? I think the only thing that changed is the material setup for decals in general changed, right? If you're referring to that. They kinda did do some tweaks to it, but kind of feel like I might be going into my next project too deep into textile density. Like if things are slightly off, I have to fix it. Yeah, but there is leeway there, right? It doesn't have to be perfect. Because if you focus on perfect textile density, that probably means that you're wasting UV space. Right? Like it should be the opposite way around, where you maximize UV space and then get it as close to textile density as possible. Right? But there's gonna be what is it, like mismatches and like slight deviations from it for sure. Yeah, even with unique props, right, Cairo? Like, I think to me it's still more important that you just maximize your UV space rather than going for like perfect textile density. Right, because you gotta, the way that I look at it, right, and this is obviously coming from like an environment artist, so not a prop artist. The way that I look at textile density is it's just a really easy way for us to standardize how pixelated like a thing is gonna look on your screen. Right? So, but if you scale it up or down like 20%, you're not gonna see that scale difference in terms of like your resolution. Right? So the textile density is not really gonna affect anything really apart from the scene cohesion. Where let's say if you have smaller UVs because you want to fit them into textile density, that means you're actually leaving performance that could be used better, right? Because if you don't use like your UVs to their full potential for like a unique prop, right? If you leave like a bunch of open space on your UVs, that means that you're just throwing out performance. Simple as that. So yeah, definitely think about like maximizing UV space first before worrying about textile density. It's gonna be lazy because I kind of cleaned those up already. I'll have the same hole anyway, right? So I was also gonna is also saying I'd rather have something be like 20 to 30% bigger on the UVs and take up all the space and be off textile density than waste that space. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, because that space is valuable. Because I was explaining this on the community Discord as well to some people that let's say an extreme case, right? You're wasting, so you're not filling in 25% of a 4K texture that you have for whatever reason, right? You're basically throwing out a free 2K texture that you could use on anything else, right? Because a 4K texture holds 4 2K textures. Right? So, and if you, the way that I find that really helpful to think about it in that way, because if you waste like a quarter of your 4K, you're throwing out like a free 2K. Yeah, that's, I put it in those terms and then I'm like, oh shit, yeah. I could definitely use that 2K for something else, especially when you're working in games. And sometimes it would be nice to have a little bit more texture memory, you know? Or like an additional texture that you can just use for free, quote unquote. Sure, you can also pack other props to fill the space, but sometimes there isn't anything that works there. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, there's always a smart ways around it, right? Even if you say like, hey, I'm in my example that I just brought up, like, oh, I'm wasting 25% of my UV space. There might be opportunities as well to symmetry some UV shells and then cut it down to half, and then you could basically make it like a non-square texture. Or even try to pack it in 2K, right? There's all these like ways around it. For sure, you have to be smart. Hi Sarah! 5.2 is out. Are you gonna test it? No! Too busy! I'm still running behind. Did you check out any of the features yourself, Sarah? Is there anything that you would want to test out yourself? Because I haven't checked it out yet, so I have no clue. I mean, I checked out like the GDC reveal thingy, right? So I kind of have a clue of what's happening, but I don't know if they added or like improved stuff in between. Just seeing where... Nana in translucent support? I think... in translucent support. Did they even talk about that? That that's ever gonna be supported? Are they looking into that? Because that seems like a crazy technical challenge to me. Mask works in 5.1, transparent won't be, I don't think. Yeah. Like mask makes sense, right? Because then you can just nullify like all the triangles. But like translucent? Oh my god. I don't even... I mean, from like a dumb artist perspective, right? I don't even know how they can handle it. You just wish that it could be a thing. I think it could be done, right? But I think the issue there is that it would be so expensive. I think something that isn't real geo, to be transparent, my smooth brain can't handle. Yeah, well, yeah. I think in my brain, like it could be done, right? But it would just be such a major hassle on like the performance side of things that they probably just leave that off the table because they're already struggling to hit like 60 FPS, right? Like with Lumen. And that's their goal. If they then add this on top of it, like they can forget about that goal. 100%. But some clever person will figure it out in the future, I'm sure. Human not bleeding through thin walls. Yep. Yep, there's a lot of shortcomings still. That's definitely what I'm running into on the studio project that we're building now. Is I've been building some of the architecture, and you have to make the walls pretty chunky for like light not to come in. And even then, it's not really looking great. You know, it still has like lots of screen space issues like I'm running into personally. Yeah, I'll need to figure out if I can solve that. But I know that a lot of other people have been running into the same thing, so I think it might just be that it's not going to be solved for a little bit. But again, my tiny brain can't handle that, right? Because I wanted to say like, oh, it probably has to do with, I don't know, how they capture GI, which is probably going to be like probe-based, but no, it's not probe-based. I don't think it is. Did they do improvements on the lighting in 5.2? Was there anything that they discussed on that side of things? Oh, these are not even connected. I admit I have yet to look at 5.2 news features. Damn it, Sarah, I thought you had the inside scoop. No, I think Antonio was talking about them as well in the beginning. But I still need to check them out myself as well. Yeah, exactly. That's also the thing, right? Like if I would update this to like 5.2, I don't know what it might break. I don't want to have to deal with that. So I'm just keeping it here for now. These pegs in here. How is this all connected? Do we need to fix that, huh? Yeah, it's a good thing to keep in mind to never switch to when something first comes out. Just wait until they have a couple of patches. The same can be applied to games as well, you know? Or even when there's like a new version of Blender or whatever, just let them figure it out first. And just stay behind for like, I don't know, at least one version. Saves you so much hassle. Because if something does inevitably break, then you're not going to be able to figure it out because people haven't figured it out themselves yet. You know? I don't want to deal with that. Some of this because this is pretty dense. I love this new trick. I think it was Johan William Loeffler that actually, like a buddy of mine that shared this little trip. Tips. Can't speak today. Jesus. So if you select like all these rings and then do like a checker deselect, it selects like every second ring. And then you just convert that to like a loop. Right, so you have like all the edges and then just delete them and just nicely deleting every second every second line in there, which is nice. Love that. I think what we're gonna do here is we're also gonna be bullioning this stuff out. I want to have that extra detail in there. Hello, Damian. How are you doing? So I'm probably gonna just bullion this stuff out. Doesn't have to be perfect. Working as usual. Awesome. Oh, it did cut out the thingy though. You still go back? Yeah, I'm gonna separate this. It might seem like such a small thing, but I actually want to get that detail in there. Make it look as nice as I can. What are you working on, Damian? To solve some of the jank that the bullion brings with it. I think with the bevel on it, we might be fine. Hello. Hello. What the fuck? Hey Timothy, are you coming to Playground in Berlin after all? Nah, the tickets were sold out and I was kind of lazy and I didn't end up speaking to anyone, so probably won't make it. It's a shame though, but I also don't mind sitting at home, being the eternal hermit that I am. Hi George! How are you doing, George? When is it again, Mishla? Probably very close to it, right? Because I think it's also a maze. Oh, it's tomorrow. Yeah, it's a maze as well. Maybe thinking about going there instead. I don't know. Sculpting on a personal project? That's awesome. Yeah, unfortunately I didn't get any tickets, so maybe next year. Or maybe I'll go to the one in I think it's the one in the Netherlands, in Utrecht, I think. No, Amsterdam, I think, right? Because that one seems to be like a whole bunch less crowded than whatever they're doing here. Eindhoven, that's the one. That's the one. Yeah, so much stuff going on these days, I can't keep up with all of it. Yeah, I know. Maybe next year I'll go to that one. What are we doing here with this ugly Geo? need to be perfect. It's kind of ugly at the moment. The bevel here. I think if we just... How are we gonna approach this? So this beam is coming through it. I think... Let's see. I just need the indication of it being there, right? I don't necessarily need the whole thing to be super visible. I just want the detail of like the hole being there. Select boundary. Let's see. Where's that again? Loop. Nice. Did you go to that one, Mishla? Actually, anyone in the chat, do you have some recommendations of, or maybe, no, let's not recommendations. Are you planning to go to any industry event, like close to you, like in the coming months? Oh, you didn't enjoy it that much? Okay. How come? Does the BE meetup count? Aw, shit! Yeah, I'm excited for our own meetup. It's gonna be good. I'll be off to develop Brighton in July. Oh, nice! I've never been to develop. I heard it's pretty interesting. Heard it is pretty interesting. Are you excited for something specific or develop? Stack all this up. Try 10, 24. Oh, wait. Hold up. Yeah, it's 4K. Yeah, I think we're going a little bit over textile density here. Damn, free uni passes. Oh. Disgusting, all this free stuff. Sounds awesome though. I'm just jealous, you know, because I never really took the opportunity to enjoy like any of the free passes before. So I was always like, I need to do work, you know, like got a lot of stuff going on. This was when I was working in the industry, by the way. I was always like, I do want to go to this thing, but then also deadlines, you know? Self-imposed. Oh. Oh, that's just the boolean. Flickering out on me. Oh, that's beautiful. It's a beautiful boolean. Let's can we just not do that, please? I don't know, is that an option? Because I got it. Well, it's too fast then, I guess. What? Not even that? The hell? Wait. Oh, is that because the little thingy is still attached to it? Oh wait, let's split this off. And then... Did that work? Nope. Let's just... Move this thing like a tiny bit. That work? Why is it not doing it? Well, what? What? Sorry for the swearing. Okay. So, clearly not working over here, huh? Let me try one more thing. So I'm gonna separate this thing out of it. And then let's see if that worked. No, because it's probably a different item now. Select this. EGX with the PE gang, let's go! I'm looking forward to it. I really am. Even though I gotta be honest, like I hate the hassle. I hate the hassle of organizing it and then like figuring out where we're gonna go, but we got some good ideas. People gave some really good suggestions in the community as well. So I think last year some people went to like a game dev meetup that was actually next to EGX. So I'm hoping, I still need to reach out to them, but I'm hoping that we can just link up with them as well, so that we get like a developer thing and also a BE thing going on at the same time. Be cool. But I think, what was the plan again? So we have a day specifically for us, right? Where we're just going to meet up in the evening. And then the day after, we're going to go to EGX and then a developer meeting after it. That's the current plan. Gonna be nice. This is not working though. The hell? Oh, is it no? Is it? Oh, there's some wonky shit going over here. What the fuck? What is that? That's some disgusting geo. Oh my god, it has interiors as well. Okay. Well, that's why it wasn't working. Disgusting! Uni has a stand there, so we get free entry. I'm not too sure who's attending. I should probably check. Yeah, that would be probably good. You know, just check it out. Be prepared. I think that's one of those events where you gotta go into it with like the intention to network, right? And just, well, meet people, right? And build like connections and just talk to people. I think that could be freaking awesome for it. Definitely make the most of those things though. Tonio's saying, my plan is now to learn Unreal Tech Art like Cairo. Okay. Cool. We'll join, but not for EGX, just the day before. Nice one. I am coming with my girlfriend, yes. We're still thinking about still thinking about what we're gonna do and how we're gonna, like, if we're gonna stay around in the UK afterwards or something like that. I don't know. I don't know. It's expensive, you know. Now that we got this little cut in. Where is it? E? Yeah, that's the one that I want. And I'm gonna scale this up a little bit as well. Nice. Make all these connections work. Go to the Natural History Museum in London. Yeah, we've been there. We lived in Cambridge, right? So we've already been to London like quite a couple of times. I think what we might do is if we're gonna stay in the UK, we're gonna be not staying in London. We're gonna move somewhere else and just, I don't know. No idea what we're gonna do yet, but it's not gonna be London. Maybe go up north or something. Be interesting. Okay, so we did some additional details. Oh yeah, we still need to make sure that all this stuff is unwrapped. Let's start with that. That doesn't look right. Nope. Nope. Can we unwrap? There we go. Cool. Just gonna scale it up here. Yeah, we used to live in the UK. Yeah, we used to live in Cambridge. What is that? Like an hour away from London? So we did do a lot of trips going to London, especially for Camden Town. Like we both love Camden Town. Let's just randomize this a bit. Dunk. Cool. Didn't know that. Yeah. Well, yeah, I used to work at Frontier Developments, and they were in Cambridge. That was my first job. We lived there for 2.5 years. Two and a half years. And then we moved out to where we're living now, in Berlin. Has anyone in the chat moved to a different country? And if so, do you love it or hate it? Very contentious question, I know. Wait, what's happening here? Oh, okay. Yeah. Yep, that's exactly the answer that I was expecting. Right, so basically just like taking random chunks, moving them over, and then just doing this randomized thing, right? So that we get like some variation. Move countries 3 times in 5 years, do not recommend. Yeah, it's It's a weird one, right? Because I do love the adventure of it. And I do like moving. But there's also really big downsides to it, right? Like not having like a stable base of friends that you can just connect with all the time. I think that's obviously the biggest one. Yeah. Oh, did it freaking move these stacks again? Oh, I fucking hate this tool sometimes. How you do this? Don't. Yeah, you like to travel, but over a longer period. Yeah. It's weird, right? Because like we moved to the UK and then we moved to Germany where we are now. And like when we moved to Germany, we kind of assumed that it was going to be the same thing like it was in the UK, right? It was only going to be like, oh, 2 to 3 years kind of thing. So in your head, you don't really take care that much of your surroundings, or you don't really make friends that much because you're always in this mindset of like, oh, it's only going to be temporary, you know, like 2 years and we're going out again. And then we ended up staying longer than we anticipated. And now we didn't do like that much to cozy up like the entire apartment, you know, so it doesn't feel like home, even though you lived there for like 5 years at this point. You know, and that's just, in hindsight, it's really silly. You know, but at that time you were like, ah, it's only gonna be temporary, you know. That hit hard. Yeah, I know. Because I mean that's something that I've been struggling with. Right? Like that's why, yeah, that's why I bring it up. Like it was only meant to be a temporary thing that then became like a more permanent thing. And now we're kind of stuck in limbo. Right? Because I feel if you look at our timeline, right? Like our personal timeline, like I feel like we're, even though we have no idea when it's going to happen, I feel like we're closer to moving out than we're to moving in. So now it's like, I was like, okay, what do we do? Like, do we still make it cozy, or do we just wait until we move the next time and then make it cozy? You know, like that weird limbo period. But yeah. Second favorite, I actually want to move all over, but I'm permanently solo human, so it's different. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I can see the appeal, right? And I do love, like, moving around. I love the thrill of, like, moving to a new country and, like, figuring all the stuff out. It's just... yeah, at a certain point, it can be... I think it's also, like, I'm gonna be honest, like, I think it's also because we're both not... I don't want to say happy, right? Because that makes it like sound really sad, but like we're not content. We're not content to be here in Berlin. Like we don't feel at home like as much as we did like in Cambridge, for example. Like we loved Cambridge, right? Like it was a small city, like we used to walk a lot because the city like really allowed for it. And I mean, it's such a complex thing, right? It was also freaking expensive. Like, we live in a capital city, and, like, we pay half the rent that we do compared to, like, Cambridge, right? It's just ridiculous. Ridiculous. But yeah, purely on, like, the enjoyment side of things, right? On, like, feeling at home. I think the scale of Cambridge was something more... more in our... area of content. I always hear about the expense of Cambridge, but not often the positives. Yeah, we loved working. Well, so the negatives, well, it's because the negatives are also like usually way bigger than the positives, right? Because the negatives for us were the house, right? The apartment was shit. Like, it was undeniably. Like, it's not even up to the same standards that, like, a normal apartment here is, right? Like, not even close. Like, no way. So that sucked. Then it was also freaking expensive too. But then the stuff that we did really like is that everything is in walking distance, right? So the stuff that I loved was on a Saturday evening, you're like, oh, I want to go do something. Okay, 5 minutes walk, and we went to the cinema, right? Or like 10 minutes walk, you're in city center, or like 15 minutes walk. And we lived close to Mill Road, which is like the main artery going inside of Cambridge, and it has like a lot of, what is it? Like restaurants, right? So it was just really nice to just say like, hey, look, we're going out for a restaurant, you know? Had some really good restaurants nearby as well. And the language was a big one for us too. Like, not having to learn a new language because we already kind of spoke it. That's a really big plus that we really underestimated when we moved to Berlin. So yeah. There's definitely a lot of positives there, right? And I feel like people are really friendly there as well. I mean, maybe that has a closer link to the language than maybe some people want to admit. Yeah. My girlfriend, no, she does design. So she is like UI UX design. That's what she's doing. Really just anything to get me out of the US. I've heard that as well, second story from like a lot of other people. You know where Hatfield is then? It rings a bell. Don't they have like an air museum? Let's see. Because it only... Holland Air Museum? No. Oh, no. No, I was thinking about something completely different. Nope. I don't know where that is. Oh, did it do the thing again? Oh, I hate this so much. Please. What is this freaking tool's issue? Seriously. I don't know what's doing this. Like, oh, is it my soft selecting that's on again? Ugh. 30 minutes from Cambridge. Nice. Yeah, we didn't really do that much outside of Cambridge because... I mean, yeah, what are the downsides again, right? It's car or else a train, but like a train is freaking expensive. So we usually just stuck around in Cambridge when we wanted to do stuff. Or we went to London, right? Okay, anyway, we need to actually make this thing a little bit more logical when it comes to it. Oh. Yeah, but we did really enjoy our time there though. We had a lot of colleagues that we really enjoyed. Like we used to go out for dinner as well, like a lot of the times. Yeah, it's just nice, you know. It's a cozy little town. I like it. Okay, let's Okay, instead of such a contentious question, right? Like if you could move anywhere, where would it be? instead of just throwing people into the fire. I mean, I'll just say from my side, we have no idea. Right, we know that we want to move, but we have no clue where. So that's our issue. Oh, Damian and Cairo coming in with the same sort of suggestion. Feel like the Swedes got a great quality of life. Yeah. Yeah, definitely sounds like they do. And it seems to be very, very internationally focused as well. From what I've heard people talk about it as well. Always nice. Hard to make friends from what I've heard too. Why is it stacking that one as well? Oh, leave me alone. It fucked these ones up again. Oh. What is causing this to happen though? Like, I hate just having to restack all this stuff. Just stay over in your corner. So weird. I've redone this UVs like 10 times. Your lane. Maybe Taiwan because you can buy snacks and food there 24/7. Dang, okay, I see where your priorities lie. I mean, honestly, George, I would agree with you. Apart from the fact that I would, like, double in size. Because I love food too much, man. Can't help it. The only reason, or like the only way that I could get by without being tempted by snacks or anything like that is just to not buy snacks. You know, that's my tactic. Otherwise, doesn't work. That's my only tactic that I have. Oh, why? This is getting frustrating now. Why is it stacking all the other ones? It's fine. In Taiwan, you work 24/7 too, so no time to eat. I mean, it's not that much different from my life now, right? I don't know. I don't know what you're referring to, Cairo. What? No, just overtime. I love that you just play it off as like, nah. There's still good work-life balance, just like ridiculous overtime. Yeah, exactly. Through all the barriers, where would you move? I don't know, for like, if we're talking about food anyway, right? If we keep riffing on this, I would probably love to go to Italy then. Because I love myself Italian food. But I honestly wouldn't mind, like, if it was for, like, a sense of exploration, it would probably be, like, an Asian country, right? Because it would be so vastly different from what I'm used to. That would be, like, the thing. No barriers, Southern Japan for me? That sounds like a good choice as well. Venice? Firenze? Oh god, I have such a bad memory of Venice. I went there as a kid, and I remember waiting in the scorching heat in like the middle of summer. And then walking through Venice and everything was closed because it was so hot. Like, I still remember that to this day. I remember waiting 2 hours for a boat that was like chock full of people. Going to Venice, like exploring Venice, and nothing was open because it was like the middle of the day, right? So I had such an anticlimactic like Venice experience when I was a kid that it just prohibited me from going back. Oh, be right back. All right, we're back. Firenze was beautiful as well, yeah. I mean, a big dream can work remote and live in a mountain and have my own little farm. Yeah, I would not want to live like that far away from people though. I would love to have a farm for sure, but like a little one, right? I worked for a cruise line and spent a lot of time in Venice, and we got yelled at when it was flooded as if we were in charge of Venice. Oh my god. How dare you? Yeah, I would love to be like, I think I would love to be in a smaller city, like still with a good connection to a bigger city. And then have like a cozy house there with a nice garden that we can grow our own plants and all that stuff in. Do some I want to do some hydroponic gardening, right? I think I mentioned that like a ton of times on the stream as well, but just not hydroponic, but like aquaponic, I guess, where you have fish in like the whole system as well. I don't know, there's something so attractive to me. Like, I just want to do that. So maybe at some point, you know? Who knows? It'll be good. But yeah, I love Italy. Like, I've been to Italy like I think a dozen of times at this point. Because my mom and dad used to love Italy as well. Well, like, still do. It's so nice. Last time we went, we were actually in a house in the mountains, and we were like 15 minutes removed from like the closest city. Well, the closest town, which was like an old mining town that only had like Italian people living in it. And then the closest city from that city was like half an hour away, I think. So, yeah, it was like in the middle of nowhere. Second favorite is living in North Carolina right now, but I lived in Michigan and we had recreational marijuana. So many people had hydroponic setups for that. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. The first time that I mentioned that I had like a hydroponic setup that I built myself in like a closet, people were like, oh, you're growing marijuana, right? It's like, what? No. I was growing tomatoes and herbs. I love my herbs, man. Like, I had like dehydrator as well, where I could just dehydrate the herbs and then just grind them up, and I would keep them for longer as well. Oh, don't tell me I have to do this again. Right? You kidding me? Why is this happening? This is so frustrating. Can this thing just... Okay, okay, different plan. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna pin this. Right? Oh, wait. Didn't select everything, of course. Because I'm done moving this about, like, time. Screw you, buddy. Stay pinned. Sure. Cairo. Shut up, man. Oh my god. Nah, I had an experience with that where I was I tried it. I tried weed for the first time as I was like really drunk, so that kind of put me off of the whole experience. And after that, never touched it again. Because oh my god, that wasn't good. Like the morning, waking up the morning after, that was rough. Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah. Yep, since then, never did it again. Antonio, by the way, the big project which you're working on with a team, will you do it again after you finish that one? Yeah, if everything goes good with this one, which it currently seems to be doing. I do have some ideas what we want to change for the next one as well. But yeah, it would be good if we can keep that going. It would be awesome. Okay, I'm gonna steal the grindstone. I think I moved it over here. There it is. Okay, I'm gonna temporarily move you back because I just need these little bolts over here. Okay, and I'm gonna transform. I'm gonna make sure that the pivot point is in a good place. Because I'm gonna scatter you around. I've been using this a lot, like this little technique that we're going into right now, where if you set your snap in to face nearest, I think. Oh no, face project. We can take that. And then aligned rotation to target. And then duplicate it. Oh, up. Let's make sure that the rotation is good. So, is that right? Project. Yeah, there we go. No. No, no, no. Almost there. Let's just rotate this. 80. And then hopefully now. Yeah, we can just project it onto faces, which is really helpful. So we can just bonk. We're gonna do it that way. I don't drink, so I would smoke when I lived in Michigan, but it's illegal in North Carolina, and I followed the rules, so I just replaced my vices with overeating. Oh, great! Yeah, that's great. Are those normal scan data, or did you sculpt them? Yeah, I sculpted it. Well, so be fully clear, I sculpted it and then I also used alphas as a base, right? So I usually use alphas as a base, and then I sculpt on top of it. Hey, Mazel Tov! Come back. How did you create all the pliers, tools, etc.? Is it a unique texture? Yep. Yes, yes. They don't all use a unique texture, but they use, well, they use an atlas, right? So they all use the same texture, and it's a unique texture on like an atlas with all of them together. Always have to plan my work week so I can watch the stream and do repetitive work on Friday afternoon. That's awesome. Just slapping them all in the same rotation, because what I want to do be doing is I'm going to randomize a transformation, or like a rotation, all of these at the same time. It's only 8 AM here, but I'm starting today with some sci-fi film sheet fun. That's awesome! A unique texture on an atlas. Yeah, so they're all the textures. Let me quickly show you. So like these are all unique, right? But they're all on one big atlas. So these are like all the pliers, all the different tongs, and then also like these things are on there as well as the chisels. And it's just like one big 2K texture for all of it. So all, let's see. Yeah, all the stuff that you see here is all just on that one texture. I polymodeling and baked them? No sculpting? No sculpting needed for this stuff. It's just like edge highlights, right? And then most of the information actually comes from the texture itself on it, right? Where it has like little bumps and all that kind of stuff. For the hammers, I'm probably gonna do like a little bit of sculpting because they look too clean. Ignore the rust that's on it right now, but like they look a bit too clean, so it would be nice to actually have like little, you know, like little worn edges where you see that the hammer's been used. How did you do the hole in the table? Geometry. It's just a hole in the table. That hole is there because let me see. This actually goes into it. Or the textures, but it's like a brace. You can kind of use it to clamp stuff down. Right, so you would actually put like a piece underneath it, and then this would actually like clamp stuff down. Yeah. Gotta make it real, right? Where'd you get the inspiration? Discovery Channel? That would have been a good one, actually. I don't think I've watched Discovery Channel in a while. Where did I get... Most of my inspiration actually comes from a castle that they're rebuilding in France called Gideon. And they have a really interesting series on YouTube called The Fires of Gideon. So it is in French, but it is freaking amazing. Because this is a castle that they're rebuilding using the authentic techniques from like the 1300s. So I'm actually leaning into a lot of the stuff that they're doing there. And trying to get like as detailed as I can. I'll share a link as well, because it's awesome. Wanted to visit the castle during COVID, but I only got my vaccine 6 days before and had to be minus 7 days. Oh shit! Oh man. Are you gonna go back? Because it would be nice to go back there. Yeah, exactly. I've been looking at Campus Galley as well. Wait, there was another place. I can't remember the name of it though. Like it's a little bit different. I think Campus Galley was a little bit less strict on the building techniques that they would use, I think. But yeah, let's have a look. Don't think I've added like the location names to it though. But this is also from a location in Germany where they're basically building like a watchtower in the middle of the forest, I think. That has like some stuff around it, which is also really cool. But most of it is from Gideon. Like this is also from that German watchtower area that I was talking about. There's so much cool stuff that people are building. Like all this stuff is all from Gideon. Yeah, again, most of it is from there. Like, and the thing that I like about Gideon is they tried a whole bunch of stuff, right? So they have, where is it? They have this thing here, which is like a bloomery furnace, which they basically use to like purify the ores, right? To separate like the metal from the actual impurities surrounding it. So they kind of melt it in the bloomery furnace. And then they can then extract that, and then they make that into like a steel bar or an iron bar, depending on how much carbonization is in it. But it's actually quite cool. So this is like a square furnace, but they said that was like actually like a failure from them, because the square surface doesn't really do a good job of retaining the heat and like dispersing the heat. So that's why they tried it. It didn't work, and then they said that they were going to go back to like rounded furnaces, like the ones that you can see here. So yeah, I'm learning like a bunch of cool stuff. And I then try to then infuse my environment with it, right? As much as I can. That's why I was playing around with this thing, right? Because I wanted to make like a bloomery furnace as well, which kind of has like the same kind of shape from it, with like a quick tileable slapped on top of it. And then also learned a bunch of cool stuff about anvils. Like all these stereotypical shapes are probably not going to be widely used. It would be more stuff like this, or even the one that I built here. Let's have a look. Where did I add them? This thing, right? Very small. Or even this thing. Like very small, non-typical anvils, right? Because the issue with these anvils they were probably used like way later because, first of all, they just have too much material. So they would be like very expensive for like an early medieval blacksmith to have their hands on. So it would be usually something more like this, or even this, right? Like very squarish, very light on material. Medieval Mirror's Edge. Yes. So nice. The orange material. Yeah, it's very interesting doing all that research, honestly. It's teaching me a lot as well, which is a part that I enjoy about it too. It's a two-way street, you know? So let's see. Did I kind of slap some bolts all over the place? That's good. And now I'm just gonna... Oh, wait, hold up. Let me just add that to the thing. Right. What is that thing? No. Right, now that we have all of this, I am probably just going to do transform, randomize, and then set the scale to 0.8 and scale it even. So that we're getting scale variation, and then also let's add a bit rotation into the mix. Right, and it just randomizes the whole thing a bit up. Oh, yes, before... Are you going to create a church? Don't think so. Maybe. I don't think so. I want to keep it very early medieval stuff. Maybe what I'll do is I'll make like castle walls and all that. Well, I guess by that time you need to make a church, right? Because like the church is mostly like the centerpiece of like a town. It's not on the plan though. Not currently at least, but like a lot of this stuff was not on the plan, so who knows? Would be cool, right? Well, the thing there is, like, if you make one church, you kind of have to... Because I want to sell this, right? That's also the thing that I always need to keep in mind. If I create one church, I can't just create the one and then be done with it. I need to make, like, a whole variation of churches. Because that's... Once you build one, like, people are going to expect that you have, like... different churches in there. So it's always a... What is it, like tugging and pulling? Like, what do I do? How far do I go in it? It freaking did it again. I am honestly, like... I don't even know anymore. Like, it's even pinned. This honestly just hurts me now. I don't... Got no idea why it's doing that. Doesn't happen when I unwrap. Doesn't happen when I scale. Does it happen when I stack? It happens when I stack stuff, but then why? Ugh. Okay. Music kind of fits the frustration now. I know. Yes. Yeah. I know. Let's go to some more happy music, you know? Unless you make some made up church. Well, I can't do that, right, Damian? Because everything else is set in reality, so I can't just make up a church now. I've kind of gone too far into like the authentic route. I've kind of doomed myself. Okay, so what else do we need to do here? Probably gonna make this wood as well. That would be very logical. Just gotta build an elaborate blueprint that randomizes churches. Easy. Well, yeah. I'll do that after the stream. It will be done next time. I promise. Easy. Let's mark some of these seams. What's happening? I think, yeah, that would be like a good case for using the new procedural generated content, right? That they added. But can't do that because I don't wanna upgrade. Seems. I saw you looking at the KD Designs apocalyptic setup the other day. I was wondering if they did a bunch of that with Unreal Engine geometry scripting. KD Designs apocalyptic setup. Not sure. I can remember looking at something, but I can't remember it specifically. So have a look. KD Design, hello? Yeah, it's not coming up. I know what you're on about, right? Because I just happened to hop into the Discord live and I saw you had it open. Yeah, I can't remember why I had it open though. I'm trying to think. I can't remember. You remember what I was talking about? Got no clue anymore. Memory of a sieve over here. Hello? Keyboard, thank you. You were muted. Oh. Yeah, that's not really helpful then, right? Oh no, one of the rare occasions that I was just browsing ArtStation? Could be. Can you send me the link on Discord? Second favorite. If you, I don't know if you have a link to it. Then I can have a look at it and see if it's done with geometry scripting. I also thought it would be cool to add building scaffolds like the wooden cranes. Yeah, it would be cool. It just needs to be. I'm thinking if I'm gonna do building sites and all that stuff, but it would be cool. For sure. Okay, so select all this junk. Let's make it my material. Hello. What the hell's happening with my mouse? It's a whole bunch of fun stuff happening today, huh? Oh, one thing we missed. What is that? Oh, it's the interior of this thing. When are we going to unwrap the stone fences? Oh, I can do that now. Yeah. Let's do it. Let's do it. Okay, so unwrap. Let's do it. So select sharp edges, mark seam. Okay, cool. Done. Go back to this. Do you like that? On a serious note, I'm not sure yet when we're gonna do that. Not sure. Because I've been kind of well, not that I've been constantly thinking about the stone wall behind the scenes, but maybe it might be good to still do it the more traditional way with a tidal wall. I'm not sure actually. Basically the same question that I wonder every time that we talk about the fences, right? Doo-doo. Oh, I remember now. Yeah. Yeah, that's blueprint stuff. Back level actors. Back level actors with instant static meshes workflow. Yeah, so these are just like combined buildings already. Ecosystem got an overhaul. It seems to be blueprints, right? If they're making everything else out of blueprints, it would make sense that this is also just blueprint stuff. Would make sense. So yeah, this is probably all blueprints. Scattering system is still very handy to generate and place local debris type assets. I don't think it is Houdini tools because then you would see the little Houdini icon, right? Like at least in the beginning when you drag in a new tool, you would show that Houdini icon, I think. I'd be wrong though. Spline setups. Yeah. I understand how to make all the stuff except to the stairs, but I saw you can make them with geometry scripting. Yeah, I mean... It's basically the same thing. If you know how to do like all the other blueprint stuff, right? If you're doing like a building generator, like you can take the same concepts and just apply them to a staircase, right? It's just instead of having to, because it looks like the pivot point is always at the convergence of the end and the bottom, right? So it's always in that corner point, and then it just grows out of that point. You can see that here when they add like new sections to it, right? And it seems to be like section based, like it grows outwards as well. So it's not like you normally would expect that if you have a staircase, then it would like kind of scale it outwards, right? It's actually adding like sections to it, starting from the pivot point. Also, what the hell is up with my squished face over here? Why is that happening? I'm squishy boy. Yeah, but that's cool stuff though. Like the amount of tools. There's people that make like really cool tools. For some reason I was imagining it as a single mesh as opposed to 2 or 3 pieces. Yeah, like all this stuff is usually just like a couple of modular pieces and then just added onto it. Right? Like, I mean, added onto it is like simplification. Like it basically places certain assets in a certain way depending on your parameters, right? I tried to make a couple of building generators, but hell no. It's just not my thing. Especially in blueprints. You are gonna go. So just gonna go here and then all. Oh, the squishy face is a new feature that they released on ArtStation. That's awesome. Are ArtStation gonna disrupt like the whole what is it, like TikTok face filter market? Is that what they're trying to do? Well, you gotta pivot, you know? If like the 3D stuff is gonna be taken from the marketplace, you have to make your money somehow. Oh, screwed up. Man, a lot of this is just fixing issues. I do need a couple of pegs, though. My ArtStation is simply my Daniel Tiger tutorial holding cell. Yeah, that seems to be what is becoming for a lot of people. It's honestly good though. I think some people were like really treating ArtStation with like unhealthy attitude. You know, that is, it's just like a social media thing, but it's not. Oh, Jay, let me share it for you. Hold up. I'll put it in the chat. That's a good shout. Need to give credit where credit is due. There you go. Thanks for bringing that up, Jay. That's awesome. Oh, my joint that was spazzing out again. Oh, well. Oh, fuck. Seriously. Can we shut off the queue? I talked to him about the blueprints. He's a cool dude. Yeah. Makes awesome stuff too. It's cool. What it did help me learn is that recruiters want your stuff to look like ArtStation. Yeah. They don't though. I think recruiters want your stuff to look very easily navigable. That's what they're really saying, right? And we're not web designers, so usually when we think that we make a really cool website, it is more on the artistic side of things rather than actually the usability side of things, right? And I've made a couple of websites. I've mainly made like the Beyond Extend website, right? Like I've done that myself. And there's a lot that goes into it, making it usable. Where if you're just making a personal website, then I mean, no one's gonna really take care and pay attention to like all the minute details and how people are gonna navigate that. But that's all that ArtStation did for you, right? What they basically did is they said like, hey, look, from the stuff that we came up with, like this is the ideal way of showing people your work. And then it just made it super easy for you to put your work in, and it's a template, right? Yeah, I definitely see what you're saying though. I'm gonna be honest, like whenever someone applied when I was doing recruitment and they would just send me their non-ArtStation portfolio, right? Like, you know, the ones where you can link your or like you can even host it through ArtStation, right? Where it will just send you like to let's say timothy.com, but then it would be like an ArtStation template kind of thing. I would scroll all the way to the bottom and just click on ArtStation because that was so much easier to look at. So much easier to look at. And that's the thing, right? Like recruiters do the exact same thing because I think honestly sometimes recruiters might even go a little bit further, like a little step further, and if it's not an ArtStation portfolio, they might just close your portfolio. And right? That's your job. Like that's your job opportunity. That's out of the window now. So I think you can't risk it to not have an ArtStation, to not have an ArtStation page. Right? I don't think links show up in the chat, Antonio. I think links are blocked. At least I can't see them in the chat. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna show up. You can send me the link on Discord though, and I'll happily share it. So the regular ArtStation page is preferred? Yep. 100%. Do I know counter sticker? No, I don't think I do. Like, well, no. Don't even know what you're talking about, Antonio. Okay, this all goes. Oh, you sneaky fucker. Did it screw up the ends again? No, the ends are fine this time. Great. Making progress, I guess. Let's put that all in there. Eh. I was just laughing because Cairo also posted like the squishy face thing in that ArtStation just added like in our community chat as well. Wait, what is Antonio? What is counter sticker? Oh, counter sticker. Counter Strike. Yeah. I thought you were talking about like a YouTube channel or something like that. Oh my god. I was like, oh, counter sticker. That sounds like a cool name for a YouTube channel. Oh my god. Okay, now, okay, this conversation makes sense. No, it's all good. Don't worry about it. I thought it was just something completely different. You're all good. But no, yeah. On that thing, like I have only played CS:GO once, I think, so got no idea. My next project, which I'm starting, is recreating the office map from the ground up, every wall, prop, and texture, and snow, but keep the original layout. This will be the long-term project. What happened? What happened to the airship project, or like the airplane project, though? Is that one isn't done yet, right? Still working on it. Submitted it 2 days ago. Oh, okay. Thanks. Well, what was the end result? Did you like it? Did you like what you ended up with? Okay, so this grindstone thingy is kind of done, right? I need to polish it up, but I'm ready to move it to like the next stage and like update it in the engine, because I probably want to do some level art in a bit, but I wanna have a look at like the Unreal Engine 5.2 stuff actually first, because I want to see what they all added. Oh, let me quickly fix some of the stuff here. Grindstone 3, let's go. Okay, let's re-import this sucker. Oh, the ends have reverted back. Oh, is that? Yeah, the stacking feature, I need to not use that anymore, I guess. Even though that's the whole reason why I use that tool. Because that shit seems to fuck everything up. Does ZenUV have like a stacking feature? So you got stack here. But that's similar islands, right? So what if... Yeah, it just stacks similar islands, right? Like the thing that I like about the tool that I was using, I think it's UV Toolkit, is just it will stack anything. Yeah, I have the latest in UV. Yep. I've literally bought it yesterday, I think, and was playing around with it. Like, I like where this just has like a stack island thing, you know? It's just freaking annoying because it doesn't only do... doesn't only do the selected ones, right? Like you'll see that on the bottom here, right? So I only have these two selected. Then I'll do stack, and then it will also stack this thing on top of it too, which doesn't make sense. Like, this shouldn't be here. I haven't even selected this, right? So I only want to stack this. And it still does that. Even though I just reselected it. And that's... honestly, that's the whole source of the frustration that you've seen today. Is that it's very unreliable. Like, I might stack all of this stuff up. And it might stack also something here with it that I'm not paying attention to. So yeah, I don't know why it's doing that. Maybe there's like a new update for UV Toolkit that fixes it. Because it's been a while since I did that. But... it's annoying the hell out of me, though. Anyway, I've been yes, on that topic, I was just gonna talk about it, Jay. So I've set the whole hotspot mapping up, right? Because I thought that was really interesting. It does weird things with my trim sheet, though. Well, not with my trim sheet, but like with the meshes that I'm using. Like, it does a weird scale thing. Even though, what was the thing that I was using it on? Like this thing, right? So, if I, what was it again? Shift U, and then we go into trim sheet, and then I show the trim sheet. So I've set all the bits of the trim sheet up, right? Apart from all the decals. So I've set that all up, but then if I select everything and then I say, where is it? Hotspot mapping. Here. Hotspot mapping. Oh, wait, I need to select everything. Hotspot mapping. It does it. Right? And this one actually doesn't look too bad. But what it was doing yesterday, and it really confused me, is that it would, let's see. Yeah, so it would, for example, it would take this one and then scale it all the way down and add it here. And it just completely broke my understanding of what the tool was doing in the background. But it seems maybe a refresh or like a reopening of the scene, and maybe it resetting it to default settings might have fixed it, because this looks pretty great. Apart from, well, no. You see, this is the thing that I'm talking about. Like this giant piece, these giant pieces, multiple pieces. Why are they mapped here? Right? Why are they mapped here? Like, it just makes no sense. And I've applied the scale, right? So in the item, like I've applied the scale. Let me apply the rotation as well. Let's make sure. Shift U, let's do the hotspot mapping again. Was it like a rotation thing maybe? One thing I didn't try yesterday? Nah, it does the same here, right? It maps this big thing onto like a very small thing. It's just, yeah. There's a slider in the hotspot operator. Yes, that's exactly what I was trying out yesterday, right? So you could set it to, what was it? Like trim settings. No, in the hotspot mapping, you could set manual scale, right? And I was like, okay, cool. Let's just increase the scale then, right? Let's set it to, I don't know, whatever. Doesn't seem to do anything. You know, so no clue. And I was playing around with this for like a couple of hours to get it figured out, but doesn't seem to be willing. So what if we increase the textile density, right? And then do spot here. Do as is. Still does the same thing, I'm guessing, right? Yeah. Yep, transforms are applied. First thing I tried, because I was like, okay, maybe there's like a scale issue, right? Nope. It's a weird one. So I'm not gonna do it now, but I'm gonna keep playing around with it so that maybe there's something in my settings or the way that I'm approaching it is wrong, but yeah, not sure. Not sure what's happening here. Yeah, there seems to be like a bunch of other tools that might be really useful. Because, dude, I would love the hotspotting if I can figure out the settings and I can just press one button and it does like an entire object. I mean, even if I have to do like some changes to it, right? If I have to do some adjustments to it, that by itself would be like a big time changer, like a time gained for me. So I'm definitely gonna sink some time into it, see if I can figure it out. We'll see. Yeah. What are we gonna do? We were gonna watch the Unreal Engine video. I'm curious now. Unreal Engine 5.2. Yeah, I'm just gonna watch the feature highlights because we're not gonna watch like an hour video. Or maybe... I saw some navigation mesh stuff in there. Could be cool. Okay, but let's see.
Unreal Engine 5.2 continues to build on UE5's groundbreaking toolset with some innovative new technology, plus loads of feature refinements and stability improvements. First up, Unreal Engine 5.2 offers an early look at a new...
In all seriousness, have you ever thought about uploading reactions to game dev stuff, etc. from your perspective? I've been thinking about it. Yeah.
To define rules and parameters to populate large...
I've become a React channel. Oh no!
There's also a runtime component that means...
I love this stuff though. Like I love looking at it and like exploring and talking about it.
Substrate is a new way of authoring materials that gives you more control over the look and feel of objects. Its modular multi-lobe framework provides a greater range of surface appearances with a wider parameter space to work from. It's particularly great at creating layered looks, such as dirt on clear coat paint, or something more complex like this opal material. Both PCG and Substrate are...
So yeah, I get this, right? Like, I'm honestly not sure. Is this substrate thing, is that just gonna be for like ArcViz and like automotive industries, where like this attention to detail is like really important? Because like the first thing that comes to mind is when you have like let's say dirt on top of like a metallic surface, right? Sometimes you would get like these really weird edges because it has to transfer from like a metal looking surface to like a non-metal looking surface. So I wonder if it can maybe get rid of that. But then it also makes me wonder like what the performance costs are and if it's actually feasible to do it in like full development. What I understand, Strata is planned to eventually replace the current material stuff. Okay. So yeah, that would kind of make sense, right? Because it, from the looks that I had at this, like it seems to be replacing like what is it called? Like the BSDF materials, kind of like the materials that you have in Blender, right? That give you like more control and are better at mixing stuff together. So kind of makes
Are
sense that they're
still in
doing this.
development. We look forward to getting your feedback. Virtual production workflows continue to evolve in UE 5.2 with new shot creation and scene creation tools. Coming soon, a new iOS app for stage operations will let filmmakers modify lighting
I wanna give
from light
virtual
bars on
production a
LED
try. This
volume
looks so
and color
fun.
grade the real-time scene right on set. In pre-production, they can shoot with multiple VCams simultaneously and create sophisticated layered camera moves to better visualize shots for production. We've added native support for Apple Silicon to the Unreal Editor. This makes for a better
Apple,
user experience,
boo! Nah, I'm
improved
just kidding.
performance, and greater stability. The universal binary of Unreal Engine that natively supports both Apple Silicon and Intel CPUs is now available to download from the Epic
Oh,
Games
Kairo's also
launcher.
saying that he thinks it become the new standard in the next years. Yeah. Okay. That's interesting. So yeah, I don't know what would be like the performance implications then, right? Like if they're comparable, yeah, then I see like literally no issue, right? Because it kind of gets rid of like the annoying restrictions that we have in the current material system anyway. It would be interesting to see what kind of other limitations that it would get rid of. I'm trying to think, what are some of the other limitations? Like I don't know, something where it will like fundamentally change the way that we deal with stuff, right? Sorted independent transparency is also cool. Oh, that's cool. So because that's very interesting. Very interesting because like yeah, that's super annoying now. Like they got like an experimental feature where it tries to do like alpha sorting by itself. But we actually tried it in our studio project. And it still looks janky, right? It's way better than the previous version. But like even the experimental thing is kind of, I don't know, still iffy. Because you don't have to use all the new fancy stuff. Yeah, yeah. You can just use it for roughness metal intersections as you said, but that sorting independent translucency is also cool.
With the machine learning deformer sample, you can explore how to create a high-fidelity, real-time character with deformations driven by full muscle, flesh, and claw simulations. The download includes the complete setup with a control rig asset ready to animate and all the source assets for you to repurpose and modify for use in your projects. These are just some of the highlights of what's new in Unreal Engine 5.2. You can find out more on our What's New page, where you'll also find a link to download the release if you're a new user. Otherwise, it's available right from your Epic Games launcher.
The second major update for Unreal Engine 5 just released called 5.2, and there are two reasons why it is a big deal. They are procedural content generation and substrate materials. Procedural content generation is a powerful tool that allows you to use random generation to create complex models and environments. It is artist-friendly programming that lets you define rules which perform specific actions. Procedural tools are common in a lot of 3D programs. Substance Designer allows a user to generate materials procedurally without any textures, and Blender has geometry nodes, a powerful node-based editor to create complex animations and models quickly. Procedural tools are essential if you have any repetitive tasks.
Wait, why was I muted? What the fuck? So what was I saying? Like the procedural generated content, or like the tool set, right, that they're offering. Like, it's right that geometry scripts in Unreal Engine, like they kind of already have that tool, but it's just less modular than, or like less effective than geometry scripting or something like that, right? It's very specific to like certain things. So to me, it feels like they're just making like a modular set, and or like a modular set of tools that then can be combined into their eventual kit, instead of making the one tool that's just going to do it all.
When Epic Games made the Matrix City demo, they generated it procedurally. Since the city is made up of millions of unique objects, it isn't practical to hand place every single asset.
Yeah, it
Instead,
makes
they
sense,
set
right?
rules to determine which streets to include, where buildings should appear, and the size of those buildings.
Yeah.
What
Been
would
doing that
take
for decades,
months
by the
for an
way.
artist to create can now take seconds to generate. And
I mean,
they
maybe
did it
not
from an
decades,
infinite
but
amount of randomized cities. But in order to generate the city, they had to use a program called Houdini. Houdini is a powerful
yep.
software that is used in most movies and games. But if you ever used Houdini, then you know it is really complex.
Yeah, no, like it definitely was Houdini, right? I don't think Simon did it. I think they had their own internal team, and then maybe Simon was a part of it. But it was definitely Houdini for sure.
If you wanted to create your own procedural tools for Unreal Engine, you have
But the
to
stuff,
use Houdini.
like I actually looked at like the breakdown of this, and the way that they approached it, like, and also very interestingly, like how many pieces they broke it down into for all the buildings. The scope of it is actually pretty crazy. Like, there's a really good talk on how they approached all of it, and it's kind of crazy, like how much stuff they just had for this entire system to look as good as it does.
Until now, procedural content generation, or PCG for short, brings the power of procedural tools into the engine. We don't have to use another program, we can do all our work directly in UE5. For example, let's create a simple forest. On the right is a PCG graph. To do so, we first have to add points to the landscape. Use a surface sampler. In order to preview the points, press the D key. Now I think there's a little bit too many points. So what I'll do is drag from out and use.
Well, see, this is what I kind of mean, right? Like, this seems really powerful, but it's not like the tool that's gonna do all of it, right? Because it seems to me that it would be cool to have a combination of geometry script, right, where you maybe make like a procedural model and then plug that into the PCG tool for it to then scatter like the tool that, or like the asset that you made right beforehand. Because
filter
yeah,
to remove the points. I can increase the lower bound, which will slowly start get rid of points. To add random rotation and scale, use a transform points node. Absolute rotation, so the trees are always facing up. Set a max rotation of 360, so each point faces a different direction. And for the scale, be a random range from 0.8 to 1.2. Finally, to spawn static meshes, use a static mesh spawner and spawn two meshes. One will be a
oh, but
tree,
honestly,
and the other will be a different.
this setup is already like way easier than the stuff that you have to do in Blueprints. Like the stuff you have to do in Blueprints, oh my god. Like, just to get like static meshes to spawn, and yeah, it's just a hassle. Especially when you think about like spline splines, right? Which is like a very approachable thing to set up. But even there, you have to first make like a spline mesh component and then replace it by like the actual static mesh and then filter in like all the transforms and all that kind of stuff, right?
Tree. I'm able to move it around, and those
So
trees will automatically generate randomly.
just being able to set
And
like,
if I
hey,
want this
static
to
mesh
affect my
spawner,
entire landscape,
it's pretty
within
cool.
the surface sampler, check unbounded. Just like that, we can create a massive forest quickly using the power of procedural tools. While
Oh
this
yeah,
example
billboard
is simple,
trees, let's
you
go.
can make these graphs and rules as complicated as you want. This graph right here creates an oasis. Let's say you were creating a desert environment and you want to add an oasis. Well, all I have to do is drag in the oasis PCG, and it is automatically created for us. I didn't have to hand place every asset. Thanks to the rules I set up, it spawns instantly. I can even move it around, and it will generate a new oasis each time on top of the landscape.
That's awesome though.
Or I can make this a really long oasis, and if we feel like this oasis has to be huge, then I could scale it up in all the axes. So we have just a massive forest.
Yeah, this
of
is
trees
awesome.
that the player can explore.
And
I
this
can
this
even
probably
change properties directly in the editor. That's why if I want less trees, I could just bring this down to something like 0.05.
But this is not
for
the
less
material
trees
stuff yet.
in the oasis. Or
Yeah.
if I want a lot of trees, then I could bring this to something high like 0.8, which will create a super dense environment.
That is, yeah, that is cool.
Obviously, oasis are not square. They do not look like that in real life. So
Yeah,
I can
make it a
also use
curve.
lines to control the
Yes,
shape
let's
of
go.
PCGs. Let's say if I want a roundish oasis.
That's cool.
Then by
I was
just
gonna say
using
that,
these
yeah.
lines, scaling and rotating them, I'm able to get the exact shape of the oasis.
Cool and also a bit
exactly.
overwhelming. Need to find time
Lines
to
are
look
not
into
just
that
for creating
sometime.
shapes. I made one that will cut a path through the PCG, removing rocks and trees.
Yeah, this stuff is
I
cool,
just
where like
line it
stuff
out right
interacts with
there,
each other,
grab one of
right?
the edges,
That's the real power
drag
of it.
this out. You'll see that I'm slowly cutting through the oasis environment.
Yeah.
So maybe travelers always go through this path when they're cutting through the oasis. They can also interact
That's
with the
good.
environment. It wouldn't make sense for trees to grow from the water, so the PCG knows where the water is and does not add trees there. We're not just limited to natural environments. You can generate pretty much anything.
That's awesome.
Even completely new 3D models. And in a demo released by Epic, they generated this entire world. Really, the possibilities are endless. Also, unlike Houdini, procedural content generation runs in real time. That means you can have gameplay elements affected. For example, the player can press a button and the whole world changes. The second big addition is a brand new material system called Substrate, which
Yeah, it kind of has to run real time, right? Because then, like, that's where the gameplay like loops into it. Like you kind of have to have it run at real time because like a player should be able to affect it, right? In terms of like cutting down trees or whatever. So yeah, that makes sense. I love the part where I think the big thing for me is just the interactability with it, right? Where you have like, oh, a little curve here, and then
DG,
like drawing
removing rocks and
this
trees.
path through it,
If
right?
I just
That's the
drag it out
powerful
right
stuff to me.
there,
Because before this, like you would kind of have similar stuff, right? Like you would have like a procedural foliage
Grab one of
spawner, and then you would have like a procedural blocking volume as well. So you could kind of do the same thing. Again, very, very cumbersome and very like annoying to work with, right? Like this seems to be like a way user friendlier like approach to the whole thing, which was drastically needed, right? Because let's be real, like studios are making games with this now. Like I think more than 50% of studios like switched over, or well, what was it again? Like the number was something like over 50% of the studios that are now going to release games for Xbox and PlayStation are working with Unreal Engine or something like that. Or maybe it was Xbox. Yeah, like a lot of studios are using this, so they definitely need to step up when it comes to like the open world content specifically. Because remember, like before 5, I don't think we even had like world partitioning and all that stuff in it, right? Which is really needed for like open world. So yeah, this is awesome to see. I would love to test the bounds of this and like having it recognize like other things, like again, like the layering opportunities that you can do, right? That's where the real power of the system comes from. where it's not only about like, hey, I have this zone that generates like a bunch of stuff, and then inside of that zone I can't do anything anymore. Oh, you used to have world composition? Yeah, I didn't really work with that, but that's a good point though. Yeah. But even then, like, it would be very. That's why they added the whole one file per actor kind of thing as well into it, right? Yeah, you're right though. Yeah, it's good that they're stepping up like the open world stuff. Have a look at
Objects
the
are not made
substrate
up of
material
one
then.
material. They're made up of several materials layered on top of each other. For example, this sphere is made up of two materials, metal and dirt on top of it. If we look at the materials graph, we have metal down here and dirt above. The only problem is that we have to use lerp nodes to combine them, and lerp
Yeah.
nodes do not take into account which layer is on top or their thickness, which can lead
Yeah.
to unnatural materials. Substrate changes this. It allows us to combine materials on top of each other and to set a layer's thickness. This means each of these
Oh.
materials are calculating their own reflection. Here's that material combining metal and dirt in 5.1, and here's a similar one in 5.2. 5.2 material looks a lot better.
Okay.
With substrate,
Yeah.
glass is now easier to render, and we can combine two materials in unique ways, like with this orange material on the bottom and blue on top. A material like
Yeah.
this was impossible before substrate. You can create advanced materials like Opal, which Epic Games showed off.
Hey Lucas, thanks for
Combining 10 different
subscribing.
layers, which are all realistically interacting with each other. Notice how there are multiple layers of reflection. Of course,
Yep.
there are other improvements to the engine. When Unreal Engine released, it introduced a new lighting system called Lumen, which gave us high performance dynamic bounce lighting. It also introduced a new shadow rendering system called Virtual Shadow Maps. Virtual shadow maps allow for soft shadows and shadows at far distances. This was impossible using Unreal Engine 4's cascaded shadow maps, which would
Yeah.
disappear at far distances. And while virtual shadow maps are great, they are not as accurate as ray trace shadows, which shoot thousands of rays from a light source to create shadows just like in real life. If you want to enable ray trace shadows, you can enable them on any lights in the advanced settings. In 5.2, ray trace shadows got a major upgrade. Now they're a lot more accurate and can cast smaller shadows. It is most noticeable on area lights.
Gotta be honest, I don't think. Am I even using virtual shadow maps? I don't think I am. Wait, am I? Yeah, I think I am. Never mind. I've just been playing around with like all the shadow settings for such a long time that I can't even
There are
remember.
ray trace shadows in 5.1, and here they are in 5.2. Notice how the shadows look more natural and sharper. Other changes to lighting include more accurate reflections, and meta-human occlusion, which was improved on thin surfaces,
So
and
scary.
air, which was glitchy before 5.2. Another big addition to UE5 is the ability to create your own custom tools with scriptable tools. In Unreal, under modes, we have all these useful tools. For example, modeling mode gives me access to tools to edit and create models. The only problem is, if we want to create our own tool, we would have to code it in C++, which is really complicated. Scriptable tools changes this. It allows us to create custom tools without a single line of code and blueprints. And while
Oh
it
no.
does look complicated, it is a lot easier than coding it. For example of why this is useful, a common workflow, especially when placing natural objects, is I drag out the mesh, I then rotate it randomly so it doesn't face the same direction as other meshes, and then I scale it. I create a tool that automates most of that process. To get it, all I have to do is select scriptable tools, and then I get to select my own custom tool. I'm able to set its mesh, so let me go add in the rock, and now I get a preview of what that rock will look like in the world. And to place it, hold down the left mouse button and then drag to then increase or decrease its
Okay.
size. So very quickly, I'm able to add different size rocks in my world. And I can
That's
even
cool.
add a random rotation.
Also,
in the
screw
settings.
textile density.
So now this rock has a random rotation each time I set it. I also added the option to
That's
place
cool.
a random mesh from a list. So if I just
Yeah.
select that, now it's going to pick a random mesh to spawn each time. I work a lot faster with this tool, and in the future, I can create more tools to speed up my workflow. Scriptable tools can also interact with procedural content generation and geometry script, which means we can pretty much create any custom tool. Speaking of tools, for most of the
wonder-
modeling mode tools, we now get this little widget in the bottom left-hand corner, which allows us to input accurate changes. For example, if I bring this up and I want this to be exactly 300 meters, then I can type in 300 right here. Before this tool, we had to guess. Now we know exactly what we are doing.
Hmm.
Those were all the major changes of UE 5.2. These are just the ones I thought are important. Of
Yeah.
course, there are hundreds of changes and bug fixes in this
So
release. So if
with
you have to
this,
code it in,
right? Like the scriptable tools, I wonder how far you can go in this because the stuff that he showed like doesn't really excite me all that much. Because you can probably do that with a level actor or like level instancing system too, right? Like there's people that build that into the blueprint itself so that if you put a blueprint down, like it will just randomly scale it. Which is basically doing the same thing. Like what I'm really curious for is actually the first part that he mentioned where the modeling tools, right? He specifically mentions those. I'm curious if you can actually like sample from those tools and then build a scriptable tool that also has those tools built into it. Right? So for example, for me, I don't know, not necessarily something that you would put in the level, but like let's say it automatically bakes like vertex color maps, right? Something like that. That's not necessarily like level art related, but could also be like, hey, I'm building a scriptable, like a pipeline script, basically, instead of like a world building tool. I'd be very curious to see how that works, because that opens up like a whole bunch of opportunities. Oh, Antonio's saying this is what I was saying about scripting tools. Yeah, it looks cool. Looks cool. I just wonder what you can do with it, right? So what is happening here? Oh, that's just the stuff that he does, right? Because that's just a random mesh in like an array. On screen position. Yeah, okay. So that's the stuff that he built in. I've seen some cool gameplay with dynamic booleans, but nothing polished. Yeah, I think you can do some cool stuff with that. It's just, yeah, I want tools, right? I don't want like level art stuff necessarily. Like tools to me are broader than just level art, in my opinion. Well, it's not anyone's opinion. I think it. Yeah, this is cool, but it's something that I haven't seen done with blueprints before, so I would love to see more. Yeah, I agree. Like that's kind of where I land on, you know, like it's cool. It's cool that it's there. And yeah, like this stuff in blueprints is super easy to do as well, right? The only thing that you probably can't do is just drag it out and scale it yourself. Okay, but you can probably use geometry scripting for that, right? Yeah. I'm interested. Like there's probably, I mean, this is also just like one example, right? So we shouldn't go too hard into it, but like I wonder how flexible it is and like where it starts stretching it, right? Because what could be, so I'm already kind of confused, right? So let's say I'm thinking, oh, what if I draw, how do we even do this? So you would have, I guess what I'm trying to get at is like I'm already now kind of getting confused of what system do I need to use if, let's say, I want to make like, let's say I have no idea of all these systems, right? And I want to make like a blueprint, like a modular house blueprint generator kind of thing, where I can draw a box and inside of that box it will spawn like a house, right? What tool do I use? Do I go blueprints or do I go BCG or do I go scriptable tools or you know, might be, I don't know. Like to me there's going to be limitations to every system. But I don't know what those limitations are necessarily. And that's also what I kind of meant before, right? Is that they I think what they're doing is interesting. They're building like a modular set of tools that might work in like very interesting ways together, but I can't see it yet. Best way to find out is to try all three for the same task and see which does best. If you have all the time in the world, yeah, that's great. But if you're working on a production, that's not great, right? I think they create systems for niche use cases and then decide to build them out or not, casting a wide net sort of thing. Yeah, I mean, I do get that approach, right? And I do love the tools that they're building. It's just I think that makes it very hard if you want to use this in production, like which one to use, right? Because for personal work, this is all fine, right? I can play around with the tool until I'm kind of done with it. But if you're working on a production and then let's say for whatever reason, right, you make like your own geometry script and then they decide to not keep supporting it, right? I mean, the tool's still gonna work, but then all the new cool features will be built on top of like a different system that you don't really want to use. I don't know. I need to look at the systems more in depth, right? And like really explore them.
World, and to place it, hold down the left mouse button.
With the modeling widget.
Drag our free course right here on YouTube, which goes over all the essentials to learn UE. You can check it out in the description below.
Awesome. I'll add the link in the chat as well. The tools more VFX? I don't think so. Like I think the actual tool set is it should be working for like everything, right? I'm just not sure where like one begins and one ends kind of thing. I do like all the substrate material stuff though. Like it feels like that would be good to kind of switch onto it when it's like very stable. I don't know if that's at this point, but yeah. I don't know. Very interesting stuff though. It makes me kind of want to play around with it now, but need to do some blacksmith stuff. Hi Vivek! How are you? Yeah, I'm doing good. Thank you. Okay, we wanted to do some level art stuff, right? So let's actually make a little blacksmith kind of area. I'm gonna see. Yeah, I do wanna play around with it. Oh, like seems very interesting, for sure. Houdini. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, like, if I don't have to learn Houdini, all the better. If I can just do it in Unreal with a language that I already understand, I'd rather do it in Unreal. Houdini hurts my brain. Feel the same? No, Houdini's nice. I think so. Like, here's the thing, right? Like, I don't mind learning Houdini. I don't think Houdini is like this insurmountable beast as people make it out to be. I think I can learn it, and I think other people can too. It's just, if I can do the things that I wanted to do Houdini, and I can also do them in Unreal, then what's the point, right? And also, I don't like paying that much money, especially when doing commercial work. Which is always a big thing for me. I try to reduce the cost wherever I can, you know? Because you can play around with Houdini and do like a bunch of free stuff in it, right? But then I'm in that mindset of like, okay, if I'm gonna learn all the skills, then I kind of need to put them to good use and potentially make some money with it as well, right? Because it's gonna get interwoven in my skill set at a certain point then, right? And if I'm gonna be making like cool cool commercial stuff, like it's gonna be interwoven with that as well. But that also means that, yeah, it's a different license that you're paying, right? Okay, so what are we gonna do here? Like, we have this little shed. Let's see if we can kind of get some stuff into it. This forge is huge. Oh my god. Wait, let me check the scale first. Is that right? I mean, this shed is also not the best in terms of proportions. Maybe I need to heighten it a little bit. Okay. Nice to say in one program. Yeah, man. I mean, that's also one of the reasons. I know. Here we go. That's one of the reasons why I love Blender, right? Like, for all the stuff that I need to do, like, I can sculpt in Blender, I can unwrap in Blender, I can do whatever I need, you know? Blender has like a cool suite of tools that still allows me to do like scattering inside of Blender and all that stuff too. Don't need ZBrush. Don't necessarily need Houdini. I can make my own tools with geometry nodes. You know, like, my workflow, or like my pipeline, is basically Blender, Substance Painter or Designer, and then Unreal. That's it. I love it. I love it. Let's see. I would love to be friends with Houdini. I haven't learned enough yet. Yeah. Anyone know with a student license, can you use it with Unreal Engine? I know there's a watermark for renders, just I wasn't sure if it lets you use the toolkit. So yeah, you can. They recently did some changes. So you can now use Houdini. Well, this is from a workshop, right? So this is not from personal experience. You can now use Houdini for Unreal, like the whole toolkit that lets you make like Unreal Engine tools. You can use that for free as well. Where before that was kind of built or like behind a paywall, they made that free now because they realized that's what people want to do. I think when you want to do commercial stuff, then you still need to have a license. But Cairo is saying that it produces like non-commercial files, like HD ANC files. So I'm not sure. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, it's something that I heard of from Mishla, who was earlier in the chat as well. Like she did our latest workshop on, well, specifically on this topic, right? Like specifically on the topic of building tools with Houdini in Unreal Engine. So you can check it out later and be a beacon of information. Yes, please do. But honestly, like, I'm out of my depth as well, right? So I might be wrong too. This forge is a giant, so we need to scale this sucker down. Where's my ref? Like, why is it so big? Should be able to, but can't be sure because our university contracted with Houdini, so we get a student license, but not. Yeah, this thing is huge, so that'd be, yeah, so it'd be like waist height almost. Let's see. Yeah, okay. Something like that, and let's scale this sucker down to the same rough size. Where's my other furnace? Probably another folder. Okay, so that makes a little bit more sense. Always good to kind of check, right? To make sure that your scale is all right. Let's make the chimney a bit larger as well. Because what I might do... This is actually an interesting one, right? Because ideally you want a hole in the roof. So that you can see that the chimney is popping out, right? And then you have like some stuff built up around it. I don't know how we're going to approach that yet. Because the tricky thing here is that you want to give people the variation of like where they place this furnace. You don't want to restrict them. But then I also don't want to use... Oh god, yeah, the whole Redfall chimney thing. Oh no. Oh no. Can I get 20k upvotes now too, please? It's so fascinating, like the things that people get hung up on too. Yeah, it's like Redfall, exactly. Yeah, I'm not too worried about the thing itself, right? Like, that's not the main worry. I'm actually worried about like where the chimney is actually gonna cut a piece into the roof geometry. Right? Ideally, I wanted to be shown that like the tiles are kind of like they're kind of angling up where the chimney is as well. Yeah, I'm not sure how I'm gonna do it, right? That's basically what I'm trying to get at, is I have no clue how I'm gonna do that yet. Geometry scripting would definitely be an option, but I don't want to add that into a pack and then have other people use it, kind of thing. Skirt mesh could be good. I was thinking that as well. You would have like a little tiled skirt mesh around it, and then, like you said, Cairo, we could do like a distance fade kind of black plane going into it, which honestly might be helpful for some of the other like chimneys here as well, so that you can't like see inside of it. Would be a good shout. First of all, I'm gonna flatten the terrain, make it a little bit easier to work with here. Flatten this sucker up. Let's go. Put the tool strength to 1, make it a little bit bigger. What? No, that's a flattened target. Dang it. Okay. I just need like a cool workspace, you know? What else is going to be in there? Like, I love one of these anvils. And then maybe we'll pick like this grindstone. Blah. So, trying to think about it logically. That's where they're going to be grinding this stuff up. And so that's where they're going to be sharpening it. Hate that. It's a little bit as well. The orange base color. Yeah, this is coming from my good friend Will. Like, he loves the orange color. He loves it. So I was like, I'm gonna do that on my assets as well. As you said, like as a virtual checklist, you know? So, oh, like piles of coal would be nice as well. That would be cool. Let's make a quick block out for that. Right, because I think piles of coal. Kind of thinking, what do we need for it? Give Will a high five for me. I will! So, charcoal burners. We're definitely gonna have those. So we're definitely gonna have piles of charcoal as well. They're probably gonna be way bigger than this one, but just want to get something in. Charcoal, pile 01. Also, another thing that I've been doing is I've kind of been dumping like all the assets that still need to be finished in like this main folder, and then I'll move them to the final folder once they're kind of done. It's also pretty helpful for me at least. What I do? Yeah, nice one, Fuds. If it is not in the center, let's quickly fix that. Bonk. Right, I'm just gonna add like a quick light in here. Oh my god, that pivot is not good. Oh my god. Where is my scissors? 2 scissors. Oh, I think one is the high poly. Tools. Still really happy with how these came out. Quite nice. Oh, well, I guess we're fixing pivots as we go. Where's this thing? Wage block. Oh, it still has a mirror on it. The hell? Why do you rotate, man? Oh, guess we'll do it this way then. Cairo, we should explore those new tools together at some point. And the procedural generated content. Be fun. Let's go. So here's an interesting thing. How do I want to set up the pivot for this? Probably flat on the terrain. Like flat on the bottom, right? These are all singular ones. Let's see if we can change that in bulk. But this is an annoying one because right now I'm picking the lowest point. But technically what you want to do, maybe we can do a voice event in it for BE, just a little informal thing. Oh yeah, that would be great actually. Just invite everyone to chill out and like experiment together. That would be awesome. That's a great idea. So yeah, what I was saying about the pivot points, like ideally when you put a tool down on the table, right, you want them slightly angled. Because let's say in this case, right, the top is gonna be like further into the table if I just align it this way. Like if I were to align it here, then this top is gonna be in the table, so that's why I'm putting it here. However, then the end is gonna be floating. But the issue there is that now we're focusing too much on having it flat on the table. Because what if you want to hang it, right? And you're stuck with that little awkward transformation. And that's also not going to work. So I think maybe we'll keep it in the middle as they were. I think that's the better way to do it. And then when you place it, you just have to move it up just a little bit. This is going to be annoying either way. I love the idea of being in a voice chat with 8 different screen captures with Unreal Engine. I think we've definitely done that. Like just a bunch of people like all working on their stuff together. Definitely had those moments. Would be cool though. I'll set something up for that. Need to check out the calendar for it. What I also want to do is I want to build in some bars on this furnace. Where's my little furnace? And then just add like a little billet on the sides. Done. Does the other side also have one? Nah, it would be cool if it's like... Oh, or maybe... Maybe what we can do is make it into a bar. Like just separate. Is that too finicky? So what I was thinking is that if we have it as a separate bar, then attach like a bunch of stuff on it. Like people can just place that bar with like a bunch of tools wherever they want. Maybe make a couple of variations. Would be an interesting idea. Separate it out. We'll set the cursor to selected, and then we can rotate these things individually. Let's see. Let's see how far we get. And what we need to do. This is the main thing, right? Like I want to add like a whole bunch of different thingies on there. Dang. I'm very happy with how those tools came out. I do need to do some texture tweaks, but I like where they are at. Right? And then we just like slightly just adjust all of them a little bit. Nice. Okay, what other kind of tools do we have here? Whole bunch of punches on there. Stuff to the side of it. There's like a bunch of hammers there. Interesting. So what if instead of making this open, we just... Ooh, that wall doesn't fit. Do I even have a wall that fits there? I do need to make them double-sided. Walls. That gives us some freedom, right? Because now we can start hanging stuff on that wall. We can start putting up some shelves as well. Just gonna add a couple lights here. this hanging shelf as well. I don't know how useful that's gonna be. So useful. On a large bucket. You want to have a chest? I just don't know where to put it yet. No. How we're gonna do that? We'll figure it out as we go. Sign? Sign is gonna be stomping against everyone's heads. We got some ore as well. Those mixed could actually be interesting. I'm honestly just putting like a whole bunch of stuff in place, right? And then we'll do like the refinements later on. Got a bunch of ropes as well. Some hanging ones. It just struck me, like, I've made almost 700 assets. I'm not normal, am I? What am I doing? Yeah, it just struck me as I was watching, like, the static mesh count under here, and I was like, oh, okay. I mean, there's some stuff that needs to be removed. Yeah, yeah. Just a moment of, yeah, self-reflection, I guess. Got some hammers. Let's put some hammers down. Oh, these are all still... No, did I clean them up yesterday? Sledgehammer. Hammer 02. That's hammer small 02. So this one still needs to go. Yes, that's all good. This test hammer can also go. What those sledgehammers? Like a whole bunch of hammers here. I do want to have everything a little bit more organic than that. Again, we'll fix that later. But yeah, what is everyone else working on? Actually, on this beautiful Friday. I don't think I've asked that yet. Great. Bugs, let's go. Kairo's working on the fun stuff, huh? I don't need taters in my blacksmith. What can we put up there? What else is in the ref? Oh no, you were making a trim sheet, but then you got distracted and opened up your all procedural level generator blueprint? No, don't do it. Don't go back. Just a bunch of stones, right? Stones, you got some wooden stuff in the back. This place is chock full of stuff. The amount of stuff that I mean, everyone has this, right? Like the amount of stuff that you do over time. Like I also try to create like a wipeout kind of situation where like you would snap to a spline and then you could race all over. Oh my god, so much time spent on that. Just out the window. We do... Yeah, wipeout is awesome. Totally agree. That I had these. Look a little bit generic up there. It's almost like I'm making like a Skyrim shop or something like that. Honestly... No, no, no. No, we do have some other tools that we haven't even used yet, so... Multi-select blender in Unreal. It's not the best. Wait, what if I... Can I lock these somehow? Actor movement. And then we'll have like this thingy over here. We need like a, what is that called? Like a quenching bath or something like that, right? Where they harden the steel. That right next to it. Stable goes, and I'll just put the chest in its place. When I made this, there weren't any procedural level generators in the store, but now there's a bunch of them that are way better. Back to my trim. Oh, yeah. The pain. That's honestly like the realization of it, right? Is that you can probably do it. But if you are an artist like me, and I'll just speak out of self-reflection, you're always gonna get to a point where if you don't have the passion for it, someone else is always gonna do it better, you know? So just let them do it. Well, saying that, I did make like a whole freaking tree generator inside a blender, so I guess I'm kind of contradicting myself here, hey? Hammer time! Oh, didn't this... I thought I added a brace to this as well. Yeah, I did, didn't I? Even two! Is that the same one? Oh, no, that's different. That's this one. Eh? Why are you totally not? That's better. Spent the first 3 years trying to figure this out. And also have like 15 different character. Oh, okay. Interesting. I was like, oh, this guy played a lot of Overwatch. But no, you're actually talking about like making the actual designs, like the character skill designs, right? I mean, hey man. If you had fun with it, you know, like, there's nothing wrong with that stuff. Is it a waste? Debatably, you know. Debatably. I would honestly say like all the weird things that I wanted to experiment with, like the wipeout stuff, you know, like that honestly made me understand a lot of stuff better, you know, like I don't know. Like as in like a lot of stuff, I just mean also time management, right? Like and priorities and what I actually wanted to do and all that kind of stuff. And without that, I don't know. Maybe I ended up somewhere different. Who knows? Anvil, let's go. Let's get this back in. Little bracket on top of it, and then we just slap some hammers in there. Maybe we should. The rest on the edge, and then I'm just gonna make this one a little bit bigger, this one a little bit smaller, like a tiny bit of variation going. Second favorite started out as doing game dev and then transitioned into character art and then transitioned into environment art, which is where I'm sticking. Are you sure? Are you sure? I almost got a job with Epic implementing assets, and I think the wide skill set was what got me there. I lost it to a guy from Valorant. But I still had 2 years of school left in me. Yeah, that's interesting. Because I oftentimes think to that myself, right? Like, and the advice that I give other people is like, oh, just specialize, you know? Like, the more you specialize, the better it is for you. But there might also be cases where like a very generalistic mindset can also be like really beneficial to a company too. I think it's just less likely to be. Hi Timothy, hi Lewis. Did you use trim sheets for all the props, or did you use some unique textures for them as well? All the bits that are wood are all trim sheet, and then all this stuff is all unique. Those things are actually baked down onto like a giant sheet of all of them together. So it is a mix. Oh, thanks. No worries. Thanks for the question. Still need to fix the wood on this handle because that wood looks atrocious. I might... I might just use the wood that I already have. Why not? Because I thought maybe, maybe I can make some like unique wood that looks nice, but nah, I think the wood that I have looks actually really good. Hi Andrea, how are you doing? What? Makes my posture a little bit. No dog under the table. Little Ty from Modeling and Thinking, how are you today? Yeah, I'm doing good. Was a little bit frustrated with modeling myself as well, especially the UV part because the tools were breaking constantly, but having some fun with level art always helps. So yeah, overall, been really nice. Let's do scale check. I just want to have a look at it. I don't go underneath it anymore. Oh, you blocked me. Stupid building. That's weird though, I didn't move the building. Tools look so good. So happy with the tools, honestly. Gotta take pride in those moments, you know? Gotta be happy if something works out. Gotta celebrate those moments too. Cool. I'm kind of thinking what else that we can do with this location, but I think we're kind of good. I think this is like a good combination of like a bunch of stuff. Hey, Brandoom! The forge is looking cool. Thanks. Can't wait to see the stone furnace. Yeah. I am not sure how we're gonna do the whole thing. Guess what? I could... Oh, no, you landed your first job. That's what you're saying, right? It's with Kid Bash 3D as a modeler. I'm starting next week. Super nervous. I just hope I can get things done within deadlines. Yes, there's only one way to find out, right? And that's what you're doing right now. So, best of luck, Lewis. Best of luck. Should we... Oh, I don't have a good stone tileable though, right? That was the whole issue. I tried that last time. Yeah, congratulations. That's awesome. Because what we could try is... displacing it based on a texture. I just don't know if I have a good texture for it. So... textures, tileables... rock wall... stone tileable? Can I preview this? Walls? Man, my naming convention is all over the freaking place. Rock wall. Oh no, that's like one of my oldest substances that I made. Tiles, walls, roof tiles. Round? Concrete? No. Cobblestone? That we're getting closer. We could technically use this stuff. Okay, this is not gonna look any good, but Not gonna worry about that now. Right, so what are we gonna do? We're gonna do that on UV. We're gonna slap our UV map in there. We're gonna do a subdivision surface, move that up. All right. Scale is way off though. And we can, because we linked it to the UV map, we can change that in our UVs. Let's first unwrap the damn thing, right? I haven't even unwrapped it yet. Oh, and by the way, this is just like a very like a test. Like, I'm sure that we can make something work like this, right? Just using the tileable, but we'll have to be like very specific with how we use it. What's happening here? So subdivision off in edit mode. Yeah, what's happening with this geo first and for all? It's a little bit all over the place too, huh? Wait, I got a fix. So select sharp edges. Let's go. Mark that as a seam. Now just unwrap it. Thank you. What is this? Love how you say we. Hope I get my credit when you post it on our station too. Well, first need to finish it, Sarah. Hold your horses, you know? We're not there yet. Oh, that's a separate object. I mean, low. This geo is all over the place. So I need to improve my geo, but I'm kind of being too lazy and I quickly want to test it. So that's what we're seeing live here. Letting you know. So use creases as well. Do we want to do that? No, what we should actually do is bevel instead. So bevel, set it to 2. Set it to weight and then select all the seams. Increase the bevel weight. Then we're getting somewhere. The shape is taking shape. And then I'm just gonna increase this like, hold up. Let's say 20 times. So we're beveling it, then subdividing it, then displacing it. But what we could actually do, remesh the whole thing. Ooh. Oh boy. How much CD you want on this asset? This is actually the cool thing. If we manage to get it working with a tileable, right? You can, well, no, because I'm going to displace the thing. So I need to keep textile density into account. Never mind. You know what I'm going to say. We're just trying to get it look good, Sarah. Oh my god. Yeah, okay. You see what I'm trying to do now, right? Finally. UV map based on the direction of the normal. Yes. Wait, does the remesh screw up with the normal? Let's test that out. So okay, so what if we ignore the displays? Right? And then we say apply all. Oh, that's why it doesn't work, because the remesh obviously, like, it doesn't keep into account like the old UV data. Okay, so that means that it's going to be a destructible way of working. I guess, because I do want to remesh, because that gives like nice topology for the displacement to work on. I do want to keep that. Whereas, let's test it, right? So if we remove the remesh out of the stack, then this up. Yeah, see, this is not getting us anywhere, right? Then we'll have to like manually cut in the geometry, whereas like a remesh basically does like all the hard work for us. Okay, so what we're doing is we're gonna just apply all of this. We have our backup anyway, I hope, please. Yeah, we do. Okay. Then I'm gonna smart UV project this damn thing. Yes. Well, okay, so there's two ways of doing this, right? Like, I can also increase the tiling of the actual texture without changing the UVs. If I say repeat 5 times, create something like this. Right, and then now, let me think. So if we select sharp edges, does it take like a continuous edge? Some jankiness going on there. It doesn't. This is the whole tricky thing, because now I want to separate them out as like, oh wait, oh no, I could just use UVs, right? Because the actual automatic projection. Okay, I see. So the automatic projection makes UV lines for us. So what we can do here is I'm going to remove like all the sharp edges that I made. And then what we can do is I'm going to select this. Or, wait, I think Send UV actually has a tool for it, right? But what I basically want to do is I'll select my UVs, then turn that selection into a border selection, and then mark that as seams. Well, I could just use the UVs that I already have, I guess. Do that as well. Wait. Oh. Hold up. Hold up. A World Orient. Let's go. Let's try that. Might have just crashed Blender, but we'll see. Probably not made to do on a mesh with like 700,000 triangles. Stupid. Yep, and there's also no way to cancel this, so I guess we'll just wait. Please. I should have just rotated them manually. Oh! I just noticed a fatal flaw in our construction here. We don't even have the bellows set up. How are they gonna blow freaking air into this thing? Guess they could... Oh, this be interesting if they kind of blow it in from the back. Well, no, that doesn't make sense because as the operator of the furnace, you kind of want to have control over it, right? So you don't want to keep shouting against like your apprentice to like increase or decrease the amount of air that you're blowing into it. That don't make sense. Look. Oh, it did it. Nice. Look at that. Modeling the lazy way. I don't know if you have it, but do you have an apron as well to add to the scene? No, not yet. It would be cool. Little apron. Oh no. That does mean that I need to make some clothing. Oh no. I'm no smith, but I always see airbags out the side. Maybe out the back will blow. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's why I was moving this stuff over, right? Because it also doesn't make sense for it to come out of the back. I was just being lazy, right? Like, the ideal position would just be right here. Like, just putting this whole construction in place. Because then, if you're the operator of the furnace, right, you're standing right in front of it. Like, you can just, with this handle, control the amount of air that's coming into it. And that's what you want. Maybe an ale mug on the table? Oh, I got you covered. So, a mug we already have. Don't have an apron, though. We do have, like, a couple of mugs here. They're just empty, though. Got some empty mugs, that's what I can offer. Right, so we got like a drunk blacksmith. I love it. Quadrify Island. This is getting scary though, because this is a whole lot of geometry, right? So save first. Quadrify Island. And then just ignore it and then hope it works. Yeah, we also have this construction as well. Let's see. Oh no, that's a separate furnace. Okay. Well, to be honest, it was already... Oh no, it is cool. Yeah. Let's see what it's doing. The thing that would be ideal for my case... The thing that would be ideal for my case is that I can have like a straight strip. Because what a straight strip will do is it will have like the basically the stones like in a straight section, right? If you map it straight, then the stones are actually going to be like in a right rounded nice nice rounded shape. How come so much geo? Because I am trying stuff out. So I'm trying to displace the geometry now. I'm just seeing what I can get out of it, really. This is where it gets tricky, right? Because I can do it like... Oh, I don't know if I can actually. Let me disable this. Oh, it's gonna be gross. Gonna be very gross. Wait, hold up. Why? Oh, of course. Wait, no, why of course? No, not of course. I just want to select this one strip. Yes. Oh god. Oh, this feels so dirty. Close your eyes, people. Close your... Oh my god. Okay, what if well, I guess if we're trying some stuff, I'm gonna try it all the way, right? So what if I pin these? I pin the ends of it, and then I re-unwrap it? Okay, okay. Right, and then we unpin all of it. This is very gross and dirty, so don't do what I'm doing here. Wait, so what's the... That's not the orientation of the bricks that I want. Right? Maybe it would help if I actually get my stones in here. Are those the ones? They are. Time to do some scans! Let's go! Curious what you're gonna do with them, Cairo. Have fun. Right, okay. It's a little better. I wanna try one thing. Okay. I wanna smoothen out the edges a little bit. Okay, doesn't do... Oh, you know... Okay. So, this has a vertex group input. So what if we... What if we select all of it? Turn that selection into the bounds, like I was trying to do before, but then actually store that as like vertex data, like a vertex group, so that it's not going to displace like all the things that are right on the seams, because that's where we're getting the issues from. could be interesting if it's even gonna do it. Kind of have to neglect our shelf over here. So, is there a tool that has this sort of a selection? Select UV borders. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, we're just gonna ignore it. I guess what we can do, I'm gonna move this sign here while we wait for that thing to hopefully load. Hopefully. I'm just gonna build a second workshop over here. At this point, I'm honestly not sure how far we're gonna get with this technique. Would be nice if I can be lazy, but not sure. What do we need? We need a structure of some sort. Let's see, architecture. It's a small workshop. This isn't even smaller one. I like this one because we can probably put that thing in it. That doesn't work because you need to be able to access it. Here we go. Oh. Oh my god. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of jank going on there. It didn't... Shit. It didn't, mark as seam in here somewhere. Oh, that's what I didn't want to do. Okay, I guess let's oh. So it still has a selection in here. Maxime, there we go. It's perfect. Nice. Okay. So now what we can do is, I don't mind that it's a little bit messy actually. Now what we can do is select similar and just joining in, but if you have marmoset, I have gotten a better result displacing a marmoset than in Blender all the time, usually after I decimate it using ZBrush. Yeah, but I don't have marmoset though. Don't have marmoset. So yeah, if we add that to a group, right? We assign it a weight, and then we use that group in here, and we invert that. Okay. It's a great shout. Honestly, I'm just gonna do it like this for now. I'm playing around with it. Okay, so we got a displace on there. I'm just gonna apply all of it. Then what we can do to maybe even help some of the stretching. Even do something now? I think it does. Oh, only smooth is not on. But so we're making it a little bit smoother. Right. And then just gonna decimate this thing all the way down. Nice. What is that, 6K? It is disgusting looking though. Let's give it another smoothie boy. As long as we're having fun, right? I'm just experimenting, which is where the fun comes in. Okay, I'm just gonna give this a try. No, I don't. New collection. Scald. 2. Oh, we do need to slap our material on it. I think plaster and stones. This is not what it's gonna look like. Yeah, we'll need to set up like the same tiling. We have it in the engine. Stone 01. Stone tileable. That's a different one though. Stone tileable. Another stone tileable here. Just call that 02. Oh dang, this is not even like a material instance or what? How have I set this up? Yeah, this is not even like a master material I should be using. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. I mean, if we're just gonna test it, I might as well. Wait, no. We should do this the proper way. We're doing this. It's our main vertex blend. I'm gonna use this. Right, so stone tileable 02. This one, and P4M as well. Mm-mm-mm. Which one do we want on it though? Wait, which one was the one that I just set up? Material. Okay, so that's the one that we want. Just have to base scale. It's always kind of surprising how far you can get with just a tileable texture on it, huh? Have like geometry supporting it, especially. And I think we can do way better. Like if we clean up the edges, especially when it comes to the UVing, right? Like if we take good care of the UVs and where we want our seams to be, I think we can actually make this look like really good. Now it just looks like it's very, very noisy, right? But we can definitely fix that up. Placeholder on there again. Because it is very noisy and very spiky and all that kind of stuff, right? So if we it up. Yeah, interesting. We need to refine it for sure. We need to definitely refine it. But it has potential. I mark seams here, so I did mark seams there, but like I think the remesher gets rid of all of it. Oh, I still have the handlebar left over here. Let's just add that. It has the same rock texture on it, but yeah, the thing that I don't like is that because we use so many corrective smooths on it, that it basically smoothened the whole thing out, right? Which helps get rid of like the spikes that you have on the edges, but it also doesn't help in terms of like these transitions. Yeah, and then this stuff needs to come farther out as well. Guess we can kind of fake it. We're gonna introduce some stretching that way. Yeah, so I guess it can work. Really stretching. I think what I should do is maybe have that as like a separate piece. Right, and not like remesh them all together, but have them as separate pieces that they can retain like the sharp cutoff. And that might be a good shout. Definitely showing some promise though. Then if I improve the actual texture that we're using, it's also going to be nice. Because the textures don't look great yet. Guess we could try and bake it a little bit. But what is this? Oh, so this is not even a mask. Sure. We're gonna help a little bit. Now I'm curious because we're using our main shader, like it has the vertex blending stuff on top of it as well. So let's have a look. Big vertex. We do curvature and AO. Not really even doing anything. Might be the mask settings. Hey, one quick question. Are you not worried about having material with 380 instructions? I always freak out if it's optimized enough where it goes over 300. No, I'm not worried about it. It depends. It depends on how you use materials, right? Like, if you only use that once, what's the best way to say this? Like, yeah, it depends on so many factors, right? Like what kind of texturing pipeline you use. Like I kind of need to go a little bit more crazy with my materials. Right, so I'm currently like 380 instructions, but that's also because I'm layering like a bunch of stuff on top of it because I'm not using unique textures. So that would be my trade-off in this case, where I might spend a little bit more on the actual material. However, I'm making huge gains when it comes to like rendering all of it because I'm only using one trim sheet, right? and I get like a whole bunch of like randomization and variation out of it that way. So I'm deliberate with making my material a little bit more expensive. But honestly, I don't know the numbers, you know. I don't know, like over 300. Got no clue if that's like really bad. I know, like if we're looking at shader complexity, right? That's like the thing to look at. And I don't think we need to be worried about anything either. Apart from the material that doesn't want to render in for some reason. Hello? Yeah, why didn't it? Hello? Why is it not rendering out my material? Like my main one? Is it because I have like unchanged, like... Oh no, that's just a basic one. Where's my vertex blending one? Yeah, I think honestly, if you want to go down the whole rabbit hole of like optimization, it is a rabbit hole, right? Like it depends on so many factors. That is what? I'm kind of confused why it's not rendering out my trim sheet material though. Because even shader complexity is only one part of the story, right? These tree stumps. Yeah, let me just restart. So, all this stuff. Don't need that. Is everything is green? Is game level okay? Yeah, it's one part of it, right? It's showing the complexity of your shaders, and it shows it in a way that it goes from like bright green, where it's like really optimized, to like white, where it's like if you're looking at white stuff, usually you're dealing with like multiple layers of opacity. That's when you go into like shader complexity hell real quick, or you just have like a really badly optimized material. Can be that as well. Wow, I didn't know about shader complexity. Thanks so much for the explanation. No worries. No worries, Popular Art. Thank you for the question. That questions want to ask you, how do you know that my level is game ready and game expensive? Testing. It's like I said, like if it's a rabbit hole, right? If you want to make game ready stuff, then I'm not the person to talk to. It sounds weird, right? Because I have like professional experience, but like my limited knowledge is just purely on like, okay, how do I make an asset performance and how do I manage like texture data? But I don't know about like making lighting performance. I don't know how to make like the blueprints or the actual code performance. All that kind of stuff, right? When it comes to art, just look at tech art online. Like what's his name? I don't know, but honestly, yeah, you should only be concerned if you want to make like an actual game. I'm sure that you can find like good resources online. I don't know any off the top of my head. No, this one. But it's such a broad topic, right? Because the way that you treat optimization for static assets, even just like a static asset and a tree are going to be completely different in the ways that you optimize them and what you need to watch out for. It's worth to learn it if you're not going to make a game. Yeah, I'm like all the performance stuff that I know, like the really technical performance, right? I'm not talking about like, oh, make the most of your UV space. How big should a texture be? How much geometry should there be in an asset? Like all that stuff you need to know, right? But how complex a shader is, if you just want to make assets, you don't need to know that. Because usually the reality of it is, if you're working in the industry, someone else is going to be making the shaders, and the only thing that you'll do is just adjust them and like play around with the input maps most of the time. Let's see. Yeah, shader complexity is back. Nice, so everything is nice and green. Yeah, even on the trim sheet, right, with like the multiple layers that I have, like it's still like way in the green. So that's what I'm looking at, and I'm not worried about it. So working in a big studio, don't do texture for your props. There's a difference between a material and textures, right? Materials are usually the shaders that we use, and textures are the stuff that we make as artists. So it might be that if you're working in a big studio that you have to make your own textures for your props, especially if they're unique, right? If you're making hero assets. However, if you're doing like small props, which are usually built out of like reusable, tileable materials, like you won't be making those materials, or it might be highly unlikely that you make them. Like you just set them up and you just make sure that all the materials blend well together, but you won't be making the individual materials. Okay. We got a furnace in. We definitely need to rework it, right? Because we've kind of hit the limitations of it. Like we kind of know what we need to do with it now. So I'm gonna spend some time on that. Not now. Maybe. Let me think. Maybe I'll do like a bunch of testing after the stream. And we'll see what I get. And then we can apply those lessons to the other furnace as well that I'm gonna build. And maybe, yeah, maybe the small one can have like the stones on it as well. Might be an interesting look. Maybe I'll replace the bricks underneath it as well. Would be cool. Just walk around. Stupid collision. In. Can't even get in this side. God. Okay. Collision. What do you look like? Simple. It actually looks alright. Like, not too bad. Okay. Just move it up as like a quick test. Yes. Oh no, no, this is in the way. Nice. Stuck in here now. Oh no. Yeah, it's getting together though. Getting together. Nice. Alright, I'm gonna set up the mood. Change the mood a little bit. Go to my blueprint. What? It's so bright. I know you're not happy with it, but it still looks good, in my opinion. Love the displacement. Yeah, I like what the displacement is doing to it, right? But I can see the potential of it looking better. So I like the overall feel of it. I think that's quite nice, and I think it kind of proves that we can explore it a little bit more. Yeah, it needs some refinement. What I'm looking for. Man, this this light, it's crazy. This casting lighting. Yeah, there we go. Turn that sucker down. Now we can't see anything anymore. That's awesome. Whatever. It is a good mood shot, you know. What? The night lighting reminds me of the nights in the bayou. Oh, I need to look at some lighting reference. When are you adding the zombies? Like medieval zombies? Hell yeah. Alright. I think that's gonna do it for me today. Thank you all so much for being here though. Like, this was freaking awesome. I love the process, or like the progress that we made today. Got a nice little furnace that's completely covered in darkness. Which is freaking lovely. Let me switch it back before we go off, right? Yeah. Let's have a look at it that way. Yeah, so thank you all for being here. Thank you for joining me on my displacement experiment. And also discussing the new changes for Unreal Engine 5.2. I'm probably gonna check those out as well in the coming future. Good stuff. Always hide your details in shadows, noted. Yeah, exactly. If something looks ugly, just cover it in shadows. Actually, legitimate tip though. No, but thank you all for being here. If you wanna check out some of the resources, you know where it is, right? BeyondExtend.com. Go check it out. Yeah, appreciate you all being here. Best of luck in your own art journey, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye bye.